Hello, and welcome to my Resident Evil HD Remaster Kill All Enemies Challenge playthrough. We're going to be playing as Jill on hard mode, and we're going to select hard mode through the Once Again option.
Resident Evil.
So when playing on Once Again, it's possible to have a mode activated called One Dangerous Zombie, and that's not activated on this playthrough. It hasn't been unlocked yet on this file. And I can explain what One Dangerous Zombie is later on in the video.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
Haven't found it yet?
No, not yet, Brad. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo Team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris.
Bravo Team's helicopter was a derelict. Save for the remaining body of Kevin. We continued our search for the other members, and it turned into a nightmare. This way. Damn it! Make for that mansion!
There are only 3 STARS members left now. Captain Wesker, Barry, and myself. We don't know where Chris is.
What is this place?
Not quite your ordinary house, that's for sure.
Hey, Wesker, where's Chris?
Jill, no! You don't want to go back out there.
But we've got to find...
What was that?
Chris?
No.
Jill, go and investigate.
I'm going with her. Chris and I go back a long way.
All right. You two go. I'll secure this area.
Stay sharp. A dining room. I think you'd better take a look at this.
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Let's just hope it's not Chris's.
Alright, so right away we want to equip our knife. We'll actually move faster with that equipped versus the handgun. So we're going to be killing this zombie with a knife only. And actually, we'll be killing every zombie in the game, knife only. There's a couple of good reasons why I opt to do it that way, and I'll explain that a bit more later. But for now, I'll kind of cover the general strategy with fighting with a knife. So we want to circle around the zombies and stay behind them as often as possible. And we want to attack low instead of mid with the knife. We get more range with that attack. We also are going to use the alt controls to circle the zombies. Alt controls are a new control scheme in HD Remaster, where you get to use the joystick to move around freely versus the traditional tank controls. So you can use both of the control schemes at the same time. Use the D-pad on the controller for tank, and then use the stick for alt. So both are available at all times.
Barry!
What is it?
Look out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of it! What the hell is this thing?
I found Kenneth killed by this thing. Let's report this to Wesker.
Wesker! Jill, help me look for him. But let's not leave this hall.
Good idea. Barry.
Any luck, Jill?
No, nothing. What's going on around here? I can't figure it out.
Same here.
Chris, and now Wesker.
There's not much we can do. We can search for him separately. I'll investigate the dining room again.
Okay then, I'll try the door on the other side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could easily get lost. Let's start from the first floor.
Okay.
Oh! I almost forgot. It's a lockpick. You'd make better use of it.
Thanks. I may need it.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall. Got it?
Okay.
Alright, so with the intro stuff out of the way, the first thing we're going to do is head to the mirror corridor room on the second floor to grab the golden arrow. So you'll notice in this room right here, there's a zombie on the floor there. That's a decoy zombie. It won't get up or activate. So we don't have to worry about that zombie in particular. Alright, so we want to run past the zombie here to bait that lunge. And then here, the zombie kind of got caught on the dresser there and then ended up turning and facing us directly and started cornering us into the hallway here. Was trying to bait a lunge there, but failed and got grabbed. It can be tricky to fight zombies in these tight hallways and tight corridors. You'll notice that we can easily run behind them before they turn around. And they'll usually turn around to try and lunge at us, and as long as we're moving, the lunge usually misses. So, also, whenever damage is taken, I'm not going to be picking up healing items in case of taking damage. Or so it's like if I take damage, then I'll go find something to heal with. So, there's going to be a lot of moments in the route where we won't have room in our inventory to just hold on to healing items. Jill does have more inventory slots than Chris, so she has the luxury more often than not, but at any rate, we're usually just going to pick up healing items as needed. So this zombie here walks very slow, and you can just kind of lead the zombie down the hall, and we attack the zombie from the front, and then when we get an opportunity to get behind the zombie, we will. Like, if we can ever be behind the zombie, that's great, but if we're in moments where we just can't, we'll just attack from the front and keep backing up. But when zombies move really slow like that, it's a lot easier to lead them down the hallway, but zombies with faster walking speeds, it's much more difficult. And on that note, not all zombies move and act the same in this game. Zombies will have varying walking speeds and turning speeds. So this zombie here, we want to lead to the corner, get around, and proceed with attacking. The zombie has a moderate walking speed. It's not the fastest there is, but it might be like the second fastest there is. Also, zombie HP is randomized, and damage from weapons is also randomized. So we're never going to know exactly how many attacks it will take to kill a zombie, or any enemy for that matter. Generally speaking, there are certain things we can do to ensure killing enemies in specific ways, but for the most part we have to be prepared for on-the-fly combat decisions. We'll push the statue off while we're here, and now we're going to head to the graveyard. Alright, so in this area we have 2 zombies we have to kill. And we'll see our first instance of fighting zombies on staircases, which is a blessing, and that's because zombies cannot grab us when we're standing on staircases. Instead, they're programmed to try and puke on you if you get too close to them. So we definitely use this to our advantage. And the same strategy goes. You want to stay behind them and avoid getting puked on. In this area, the staircase is pretty wide. And so it's a lot easier to run past the zombies when they start puking. Other areas have much narrower staircases, and it can get a little easier to get caught up in their attacks, but it's still a lot easier than trying to fight them on level ground, that's for sure. Also, these two zombies here are not normal zombies. I kind of refer to them as naked zombies. And these zombies, they will not reanimate as Crimson Heads later on. And on the subject of Crimson Heads, for those who don't know, a Crimson Head is what a zombie will reanimate into later on after they die. They're essentially a stronger version of zombies. They move faster, they have claws protruding from their hands, and they'll swipe at you. And they're much tougher to deal with. We saw a Crimson Head earlier that was lying on the floor in the mirror corridor room that I didn't point out earlier. That one will activate later on at a specific point. And until then, none of the zombies will reanimate as Crimson Heads. So up until that point. And here we'll be picking up the Book of Curses, which contains the sword key. And the sword key will allow us to open and explore more of the mansion. Also, another thing about Crimson Heads is there are ways to prevent zombies from turning into Crimson Heads after killing them. Two main ways, which is decapitating the zombie or burning them. So we'll be making sure that we don't do either of those things to ensure that we can kill the Crimson Heads that they'll turn into. And one of the reasons we are fighting zombies with a knife instead of the handgun is because the handgun has potential to decap a zombie. It has a 10% chance with each shot. So that's why we avoid using the handgun or any of the other weapons besides the knife to kill the zombies. So we want to get past this zombie here. It's kind of difficult, but if you can bait a lunge and get past, awesome. But if not, we just picked up our first defense item, the dagger. So if you get grabbed from the front, you can use a defense item to avoid damage. But we were able to get past the zombie, and then we can come out here and avoid getting grabbed. Kind of cheese the zombie here. So when I mentioned that the handgun has a 10% chance to crit with each shot, that's not entirely accurate. It statistically has a 10% chance with each shot, but what's actually going on with that is the game generates a table of information that says which bullet will crit and which won't, and also known as a seed. And so that information, that seed, is static when you start the game, and it carries between saving your game and loading up a new game, or loading up a save game, excuse me. And so with that being said, we can track the crit seed if we wanted, figuring out which bullet will crit, and then only using the ammo up until that shot on zombies. That's something we could be doing instead of only using the knife. So anyway, the idea of tracking the crit seed for this challenge on hard mode specifically is not really viable. We don't even have like enough ammo to spare on zombies in that regard. If we were playing on normal mode, that is a strategy we could be doing. In fact, when I originally routed this on normal mode, that is what I was doing then, but I wanted to do the challenge on hard mode and found that there's just no spare ammo, so I opted to just kill every zombie with a knife. And also here we're going to be getting the shotgun. Normally you need to bring the broken shotgun here and place that where you picked up the shotgun to prevent the trap from springing. But luckily Jill gets out of it for free.
Oh God, what did I do now? Wesker! Barry! Help!
Jill! You in there?
Barry? Get me out of here! The door's jammed!
Stand back! Grab my hand!
Barry.
That was a close one. A second late, you would have fit nicely into a sandwich.
Really? Thanks. But Barry, didn't you say you were going back to the dining room to find other clues? I'm glad and all, but why are you here?
I just had something I wanted to check. Anyway, we should get back to searching for Wesker and Chris.
Thanks, Barry. I owe you one.
Don't mention it.
Classic Jill sandwich. So this zombie is pretty easy to deal with. You have a pretty wide open area to fight in. So we just picked up the shotgun, and the shotgun is a very valuable weapon. Some interesting things about the shotgun to note are it has a 60% chance to decap a zombie when you aim up with it and fire. But like the handgun, it's not a true 60% chance. a seed is generated to determine which rounds will decapitate a zombie, but it has its own special rule, though, and that is the first shot will always decap a zombie. So whenever we get around to fighting the Crimson Heads, the first one we encounter will be an instant decap. So, and that's really nice, knowing that we can instantly take out a Crimson Head. And another interesting property with its seed is unlike the handgun, if you save your game and then load it back up, the shotgun seed is reset, and the first shot will decap always again. So every time we load up a save, we'll always know that the first shotgun shell will decap. So that's really nice. It helps with planning. So in this room there are 3 zombies, and fortunately we have a staircase to fight on, so, and we get to we have the luxury of fighting each zombie one at a time. And as you can see here, the staircases are quite narrow, so you have to be careful about getting caught up in the puke attacks. So we got caught in that puke attack there. Yeah, it looked like the zombie had rotated pretty quickly and caught me off guard. So I figure I'll take this time to talk a bit about Jill and what makes her unique and what makes her playthrough different than Chris's. Jill has slower movement speed than Chris does, and her attack animation with the knife is slower as well. So her DPS is not as great. So she'll take longer to kill zombies with a knife. And, you know, being used to playing the game with both characters, it's definitely a lot more difficult to knife the zombies. I feel like circling them isn't as tough, because you're moving a little slower. You might have a less chance of walking too close to a zombie. But otherwise, it is a lot easier to deal with zombies as Chris with the knife only. Also, Jill has less HP than Chris, so she could potentially die with less attacks. Alright, so here in the storage room, we'll be accessing the item box and doing some inventory management. I should note that pretty much at all times we'll be carrying the knife, handgun, and shotgun with us. Sometimes we'll deposit the weapons here and there, but mostly we'll have those 3 weapons on us at all times. And we usually won't be carrying excess ammo around with us. We'll just store any extra ammo in the item box as we make our way around. Alright, so starting off with this segment, we're going to be heading upstairs to the small library where we'll be picking up the dog whistle. So here we want to run around the zombie right away and begin attacking. Here we have an area where the camera angle change can be hard to navigate when fighting with a knife, or when circling zombies, rather, because one camera angle looks down one direction of the hallway and the other camera angle faces a different direction. So it can be easy to transition into a camera angle and get mixed up with your movement. You could try to head up or down and accidentally end up moving the wrong direction. Also, yeah, there's a second zombie in this area that made its way towards us, and really fighting 2 zombies at a time isn't as difficult as it might seem. They tend to group up and behave similarly. They might not have the same movement speed or turning speed, but they collide with each other, and so they're likely just to kind of stick together and not too difficult to manage, actually. Also, we'll be getting the lighter from this room. So we're going to make our way back to the main hall, and we'll get a cutscene with Barry, where he's going to give us some acid shells for the grenade launcher. And if we don't have the inventory space for them, then we'd miss out, so I made sure I had one slot open for them.
Barry.
Jill, got any good news?
Other than I'm still alive in this madhouse? No.
Can't say it's much safer here either. We'd better secure our escape route first. There's gotta be a back door somewhere.
Alright then, let's split up again.
Hey, hold on a sec. Look what I've found.
What?
A can of fizz. It's sure to yellow and mellow those things. It's yours. Hopefully you won't have to use it.
What about you?
Oh, don't worry. I like the buddy system we have here.
I see. Thanks, I'll take it.
See you later.
Ciao.
Alright, so here we're going to attempt to leave the mansion through the main door, which we can't. But what this does is triggers a Cerberus over here. So when we encounter Cerberus, we're going to shoot them with one shotgun shell, and then sometimes they live and sometimes they die. And if they live, we'll just finish them off with a handgun. Also, I want to point out that the cutscene we just had with Barry only triggered because after we got the sword key, we never went back to this side of the mansion. We only explored the east side. And we took the specific route of going through the art room and the L corridor first, and then coming out through the C corridor that we did. You have to do that specifically to get the cutscene to trigger, so... So this zombie isn't too difficult to take on. We have a lot of room to move around in. This zombie has an interesting walking pattern though. You'll notice that it goes back and forth between walking fast and walking slow. It kind of has a stumbling effect going on. Also, I'll note that this room is a little different from Chris's playthrough. Chris has two zombies he has to fight here. This zombie and one that's crawling around, but Jill has only one zombie to fight. I should also point out that earlier we had the cutscene in the bathroom where Jill stomped the zombie's head. In Chris's playthrough, that zombie, he doesn't stomp the zombie's head. You just have to fight the zombie like a normal enemy, actually. So far that's two less zombies that Jill doesn't have to deal with that Chris does. Alright, so there's a zombie right here that we want to get past. I noticed that it was facing the railing, so I took the opportunity to run behind and slip past it. Sometimes the zombie is already walking towards you when you turn the corner there. Best thing to try and do is bait a lunge. Get past it. You really don't have the opportunity to walk it back. You don't have very much distance to walk back to. At no point in this playthrough do I run away from any enemy. There's nothing wrong with doing that per se, but I'm pretty sure that if you damage an enemy and leave the room, their health restores. I'm pretty sure. I haven't actually tested that in a long time, and but at any rate, if you wanted to escape from a zombie, you can. Alright, so heading out to the balcony here, we're going to use the dog whistle. And we're going to have an encounter with the Cerberus here. So, this Cerberus and the other one that we have to fight, we'll be killing these two knife only. It's not something I recommend. As you can see, it's easy to take a lot of damage doing this. Actually, I got real unlucky with this particular encounter and got bit quite a bit. But, there's this herb planter here, so we can use this to heal up. The reason why I opt to do the knife for these two is it's really just to save 2 shotgun shells and a little bit of ammo, and any damage we do take from these two we can heal up. So in a sense, we're kind of damage boosting our way through these two Cerberus. And then, while we're over here, we're going to unlock this door that leads to the main hall. And then we'll pick up this dog collar here that the other dog was wearing. So, something I haven't talked about yet is Jill's unique item, the lockpick. The one that Barry gave us at the beginning of the game. Jill can use the lockpick to open 5 different doors throughout the mansion. One being the balcony door that we just came through, and another being this door that we're about to open. So, Chris doesn't get the lockpick. Chris has to find 5 small keys to open all 5 of these doors. So that's something Jill doesn't have to worry about, and since she carries the lockpick with her at all times, she can open these doors in any order as we encounter them. And that makes routing with Jill a lot easier than routing with Chris. And Chris doesn't get a unique item. Instead, he carries the lighter with him at all times, which is nice if you're burning zombies, but In the case of this challenge, that's not happening, so it's not much use with him carrying the lighter. So Chris just kind of misses out. Also, in the small storeroom, we picked up a battery pack, and the battery pack is a second kind of defense item. Charges a stun gun, and so we can stun enemies, stun zombies if we want to with it. Like, you can use it as a defense item, but you can also use it to, you know, intentionally stun certain enemies. So that can be really nice. Also, the battery packs are exclusive to Jill. Chris doesn't get them. He gets flash grenades instead. But anyway, here in the medical room, we're going to do some inventory management in the item box and then make our second save. Alright, so starting off with this segment, we're going to be heading to the 3rd floor to a room called the Death Passage. And there we'll get the next mansion key, the armor key. But on the way, we have a little surprise we have to deal with. So there's the first Crimson Head we kill in the game. And so from this point on, all the zombies we kill will eventually reanimate as Crimson Heads. So now that we're going to be running into Crimson Heads regularly, I want to talk about when zombies actually turn into Crimson Heads. And simply put, after a zombie dies, it will reanimate after a specific amount of time. But the thing is the exact amount of time it takes for each zombie is randomized. So some will animate faster than others, and there's going to be a lot of running around and returning to rooms where we've killed zombies to see if the Crimson Head is ready or not. So here a zombie came in through the balcony area, and we're just going to lead it over to the staircase and take care of it. So something interesting I want to talk about is that there are enemies in this game that can despawn before reaching certain points. The biggest example of that is, so later on in the game, we'll be leaving the mansion for a while, and then we'll be returning later. And when we return, the mansion will populate with hunters, and all the rooms that will then have hunters, any zombies that were there before will be there no longer. So the game will despawn any remaining enemies left in the room. And there are quite a number of rooms in the mansion that this happens with. And so we're going to prioritize clearing those specific rooms of the Crimson Heads before leaving the mansion. There's going to be some zombies that won't turn before we leave the mansion, and so we'll have to make progress further on, and basically right before the point of no return will we come back to the mansion and finish off any remaining Crimson Heads before the mansion will populate with the hunters. Also, this fountain plant here, I believe the game counts as enemies, like multiple enemies, because of the multiple vines. And the reason why is we can aim at it with our weapons. We just can't damage it. It's invulnerable. And the game has a count of how many enemies we kill at the end, and the count is going to be higher than my total count for the challenge, and so there's going to be a discrepancy. And this isn't the only thing in the game that affects that discrepancy, and I'll talk more on that when we get there. Alright, so with this encounter here, we want to lead the zombies down to the corner of the hallway here. We'll circle around. And then usually the zombies will kind of group up here. So got a little unlucky and got grabbed twice. I decided to use a dagger on the first zombie and then just take the bite from the second. And you notice that after I used the dagger, the second zombie was right up on me, and there was no getting out of that grab. So that can happen when you're fighting multiple zombies, is if you get grabbed by one, you can get caught up and the other one will unfortunately bite you right after the first one does. So now we're going to be making our way around the mansion and unlocking all the armor key doors. We're not going to be exploring each room we unlock just yet. We'll be exploring some rooms and picking up what we can with what inventory space we have for now. So the next area we're heading to is the outside balcony on the second floor, and this is where Forrest is and where the grenade launcher is. The grenade launcher is a weapon exclusive to Jill's playthrough, and it's another thing that Chris unfortunately misses out on. But we're going to be picking that up here, as well as killing Forrest. Forrest is a unique enemy in the sense that he has his own running animation and his own grab animation compared to regular zombies. Forrest will not reanimate as a Crimson Head though. And we'll take Forrest down with a grenade round, then follow up with a handgun. It usually goes down pretty easily. So earlier I mentioned a mode called One Dangerous Zombie that could be activated. And what that is exactly is it's Forrest running around the mansion. And he replaces certain enemies in certain areas. And so he can kind of throw you off guard running into him. But the thing is he's strapped with grenades. And so if you damage Forrest, he blows up and the whole mansion blows up with him. So it's an instant game over. So it's essentially a stronger zombie that you can't actually deal with and you can only avoid. But One Dangerous Zombie doesn't really fit well with the kill all enemies challenge. So that's why I made sure it wasn't active for this challenge. Alright, so here's our first Crimson Head after the initial one. And so we always go for the shotgun decap first. And if the zombie doesn't die, then we switch to the handgun and finish it off. So you'll notice that after I fired my handgun, the zombie went down. It was faking its death, actually. It appeared dead, but it wasn't dead. And that can happen when you attack enemies with weapons that aren't the knife.
Ah! Jill.
Barry, I didn't mean to get you that excited.
Right. Anyway, you should read this. What do you make of it?
Well, I guess we were right about this mansion being quite unnatural.
You have a way with understatements.
Where's the part that's torn off?
Well, my only guess is that it was the most important part and somebody didn't want anyone to see it. Let's continue our investigation.
So solving the puzzle here will spawn a bee in the room, and we want to make sure we kill the bee before we leave, otherwise the bee will despawn. And something interesting to note about bee-type enemies, so this isn't the only bee in the game. There are more bees later on, but this is the only bee we'll be killing. Any other bees we encounter we'll just be running past, and I have a good reason for that, and I'll explain why when we get there. I won't spoil it for now, but we are technically skipping some enemies, even though this is a kill-all challenge, but I feel like the exceptions that I made for them were for good reason. Also, bees are not the only enemy type that I make exceptions for, and the other exceptions I'll go over as they come up, but I didn't make these exceptions to make the challenge any easier. In fact, I made them because I feel like they more fulfill the kill-all challenge, or the idea of killing all enemies. In fact, there are certain enemies that I choose to kill that I think you could justify skipping, because you might not technically say that it was killed. But again, I'll explain more on all this as it comes up, but I do skip certain enemies because I feel fighting them is arbitrary, and they have no value in the challenge, so yeah. Anyway, here we're gonna make some preparations for the next segment, do some inventory management, and make our third save. So starting off with this segment, we're going to head through this door, and we get a prompt that says the doorknob might fall off, and we can go through it twice until it does. So we went through it the first time there. We'll be able to go through one more time. That direction specifically. We can go through the other direction as many times as we want, but we can only come through the way we did twice. So anyway, we have a big encounter here with 4 zombies. They're kind of in groups of 2, so we're going to lead this group of 2 over this way, where there's some pretty open room to fight, and the camera angles here aren't too bad. The one by the door here is blocking a lot of sight, but the other one with the top view here is pretty nice for fighting, actually. It's pretty ideal. Probably the most ideal angle, really. So it's definitely random, like when the other 2 zombies will make their way over here. Sometimes they both show up pretty quickly. This time they kind of were staggered. One showed up before the other. Well, if it gets too crowded in here, we'll make room like I did. I forgot I did that. That's probably the only time you'll see me use a weapon other than the knife on the zombies. But the grenade launcher didn't do anything that'll prevent that zombie from turning into a Crimson Head, so... Alright, so after that encounter there, we're going to head outside to this area where we had gotten the chemical from before. So the first time you enter this area, it's safe, but the second time you enter, a Cerberus will appear. And then the second Cerberus will only appear after entering the area for a third time. Seems to be set up so that if you return to this area for the herbs that are available and the kerosene if you were burning zombies, you'll get ambushed. So now we're going to head through the L corridor the opposite way we initially came, and doing this will spawn 2 Cerberus. So you'll notice that that second Cerberus pretty much tanked my shotgun shell, and it's random if that happens. There's real no way to ensure that they can't tank a shot, and sometimes enemies will tank shotgun shells and they take the damage, of course, but they don't get any stun, so they just kind of get hit and continue with their attacks. And then here, this Crimson Head, we get to kill with a knife. We get to cheese it just like the zombie that we did. But you can't stand too close because you can get damaged by the swipe attacks. It's even possible for you to get hit while you're attacking with the knife because your hitbox moves with the attack, so it's possible to lean into a swipe So you just gotta have the right distance there. Now we're going to trigger the Richard sequence.
Richard! What happened? You're wounded!
This whole place is a killing zone. There are monsters.
What did this to you?
A big snake. And it had to be poisonous.
Poisonous? Richard, hold on.
Bring me serum. I saw some, but didn't bring any.
I'll go and get it, okay? You're gonna make it.
Thanks.
So while we're here grabbing the serum, we're going to deposit the grenade launcher and grab the lighter. And we'll also reload our shotgun and handgun. Reloading the handgun wasn't necessary, but I decided to do it anyway. Also, there's a zombie right outside the door here that's been lying on the floor. This is another decoy zombie. It won't get up or turn into a crimson head, so we don't have to worry about killing that one. And the decoy zombies are a means to, well, I guess, trick the player into thinking that it might get up, and would be a waste of kerosene if you were burning zombies.
Here, Richard. I'm gonna give you a shot. Hang in there.
Jill, here's my radio. Take it. I'm... Does it ever not hurt?
Alright, so in this area, there is a zombie that we want to lead to the staircase. And we're not going to be killing it just yet. We just need to get past it and head into this room. And we can actually lure that zombie into this room. And we're going to do that for a pretty good reason. And that is, if we had killed the zombie in that hallway, and then if we hadn't killed its crimson head before the first yawn encounter, then it would have despawned. And it's very likely that this zombie won't turn into a crimson head before the first yawn encounter, which is coming up pretty soon, actually. So killing the zombie in this room, we'll be able to return at any point in the game we want to for the Crimson Head kill. So... Boo. So, as soon as you enter that hidden area, the zombie will spawn. And you want to walk out right away so you don't get grabbed. So, while we have a minute here, I want to mention something that I haven't yet. So I've been talking about Jill's differences between her and Chris. And something interesting that I haven't brought up yet is Jill's knife is different from Chris's knife. And how so is that Jill kind of has the standard survival knife in the game, and Chris has his own personal knife that appears to be much better than Jill's. It says that it has serrated edges, is carbon alloy, and when you compare the two, it looks longer. So it's fair to say that Chris has a better advantage with the knife. I'm not entirely sure if he does deal more damage with his or not. I couldn't say for sure on that. It's probably safe to assume that he does have better reach with it. And again, Chris does have a much higher attack rate with it, so he does have better DPS. But overall, Jill is definitely at the disadvantage when it comes to fighting with a knife. But all of her unique perks definitely make up for it. So sometimes when I enter an area, I wait around for a sec, and I'm waiting to see if the Crimson Heads are active or not. Because after a zombie turn, sometimes they'll be up and running around, and sometimes they'll be lying where you killed them. So it's random which one it is. Also, that Crimson Head is one that we have to kill before the mansion populates with hunters, otherwise it'll despawn. Alright, so after we place the gold emblem, and before we finish the rest of the puzzle, we're going to pick up the blue gemstone and head right to the tiger statue room and use it to get the reward of shotgun shells. Alright, so now we're going to head into the researcher's bedroom here. And we want to get a stun gun defense item ready. There are 2 zombies we have to deal with here, and this room is kind of difficult to take both of them on at the same time. I always seem to have bad luck when I attempt that, so Jill has the luxury of the stun gun, and I take the opportunity here to make this room a little easier. And we're going to pick up another battery pack in the closet, so we get to replenish the stun gun right away. So it's a pretty decent time to use one anyway. Alright, so here we'll see the first instance of the crow type enemy. And these ones are not hostile, so we have to attack them first. So in this room, the way the crows are flying around, you have a good chance at getting hits in with a knife, swinging upward. So most other rooms that we have to fight crows in, they're going to be flying in a way that it's going to be difficult to get them with a knife, and really only being able to do that when they're coming in for an attack, which is pretty tight timing in that regard. So usually we have to shoot them with a handgun when they're flying around. But in this room, we were able to kill a number of them with just the knife, so we'll do that to spare some ammo. There are also some strategies to consider when fighting crows. You'll notice that they make one of two noises. They'll make either a high-pitched scream or a much quieter kind of noise. And when they make that scream, it means they're dead. But when they make that quieter noise, they're not dead yet. And so when that happens, they'll fall to the ground, and you want to go in for a knife attack. But when they hit the ground, they actually have a moment of invincibility. So you want to wait at least a second and then go for the attack. So here we're going to get the shield key. This key only opens up one room in the mansion, which is the attic. We're going to head there now to unlock the attic. And inside the attic is the boss fight with Jan. But we're not going to engage with Jan just yet. We're just going to go unlock the room and return there later. Alright, so you'll notice that this Crimson Head here went down after the 2 handgun bullets, but wasn't dead yet. And it's always good to make sure that the enemies are actually dead and not faking their death. It can be easy to assume the enemy is dead and leave a room with it alive. So always make sure that the enemies are actually dead. And again, they only fake their deaths when being attacked by weapons with ammunition. So using the knife, if they go down after a knife swing, then they're guaranteed dead. And then here, in the storage room, we're going to do some inventory management, and we want to take our excess handgun ammunition with us heading into the next segment, so we'll get that prepared and then make our 4th save. So something I forgot to mention is that this east wing stairway area here is one of the areas that will populate with hunters later on, so we have to prioritize killing these Crimson Heads. And there are 3 in that area, which we killed all 3, so that area is secure. Same goes for this zombie in the dark corridor here. It's where the first hunter will appear actually. And then we're going to head into the winding corridor here and check on the Crimson Heads. Looks like there was only 1 active. There's been a lot of times where I've gotten to this room and all 4 are ready to go. Also, this area is another area where hunters will appear later, so more Crimson Heads that we have to prioritize. So now we're going to head into the gallery here, where we have some more crows to fight. In this area, we can't quite reach the crows with our upward knife attacks, unless they are coming down at us. And again, it's a pretty tight window to hit them when they're coming in for the attack. So, like, sometimes I go for it, but in this area, it's pretty much necessary to just use the handgun. Alright, so after we pick up the third death mask here, we're going to drop off the 3 that we have in our inventory, since we're passing by the crypt right here. And we need to free up some inventory space before we head back into the mansion to get the last death mask. Alright, so the last death mask is in the attic, and before we head there, we're going to do a sweep through the west side of the mansion and check for any Crimson Heads that are active. And every area that we'll be going through here on the west side is an area that we have to prioritize, as hunters will spawn in these places later on.
Payback time.
Alright, so here we are at the first encounter with Jan, and in Jill's scenario, we get Richard to help out with the fight since we saved him earlier, and Richard has the assault shotgun, and Jan will ignore Richard and will only chase after Jill, so We'll just run in circles and let Richard deal all the damage, and just keep a good distance from Jan and circle around the pillars in the room when Jan is nearing them.
Thanks. Richard!
So unfortunately Richard doesn't survive the encounter and gets eaten, but thankfully he leaves his assault shotgun behind for us to take, and from here we'll just finish off Jan with a handgun. We don't have very much damage to deal versus having to fight Jan at full HP without the assistance of Richard. So this Jan encounter is technically skippable. Like, there's nothing stopping us from just leaving the room once we grab the death mask. However, I feel like fighting Jan there is more fulfilling to the kill all enemies challenge. And aside from that, saving Richard and making the attempt to kill Jan when Richard appears is what is how we get the shotgun, the assault shotgun reward. Because if we attempt to leave the room before Richard dies, then we'll just hear Jan eating Richard from outside the room, and we don't get the assault shotgun that way. So at any rate, it's more beneficial to fight Jan in the instance of Jill. Chris, unfortunately, doesn't get assistance with Richard, from Richard, and he has to fight Jan all on his own. But anyway, now that Richard is no longer in this room, the zombie populates, and just circle around the pillar to take them out. And we can return for that zombie's Crimson Head at any point in the game. So this is Elder Crimson, and this is a unique enemy compared to regular Crimson Heads. Elder Crimson has more HP, and we cannot decapitate it with the shotgun, so I opt to fire 3 shotgun shells to take it out. That seems to be pretty consistent. And if Elder Crimson were to survive the 3 shells, would switch to the handgun to finish it off. Functionally, Elder Crimson doesn't act different than other Crimson Heads. Has the same movement and attack animations, but it just has some of its own unique properties as well as its own character model. So now that we have the stone and metal object, we can leave the mansion, but first we're going to deal with this Cerberus that tries to ambush us. So the next main area that we're heading to is the guardhouse, and on the way we have to stop by the cabin area and pick up the crank. But heading to the guardhouse is pretty linear, and there's a fair amount of enemies that we'll be killing along the way. So this first aid spray is one of the few healing items I pick up intentionally to save for later. We have the inventory space for it, and it's conveniently right on the way. So there's no good reason not to pick it up.
Barry?
Monster! Chains! Gun! Ineffective! Instant! Stay away! Forest outside mansion! Stay! Hey!
So these crows here, there are a few that we can attack preemptively with the knife before they all start flying around, just to try and save a little bit of handgun ammunition. Also, these crows, they technically will despawn later on at a very much further point in the game. When we have to return through this area, there'll be 2 naked zombies wandering around, and if we don't kill the crows before then, they'll despawn. Although there's no good reason to skip them, really, but just something interesting to point out. So here we're going to do some inventory management, and we want to make sure we grab the wind crest before we leave the cabin, and we'll be making our 5th save while we're here. So this is Lisa, and Lisa is a very unique enemy in the game that we won't be fighting because Lisa cannot die. If we attempt to kill Lisa, we can down her, but she will get back up forever. So it is moot to fight Lisa. However, during the final encounter with Lisa, we can technically kill her then, so any and all encounters up until that point, we'll just take Barry's advice and move along. So this zombie encounter here, there's some elevated ground that we can utilize actually, so we'll take advantage of that. Also, there's a technique that I've been using with the knife that I haven't really talked about yet, and that is retargeting enemies. So there's a button that allows you to swap targets, and when there's multiple enemies in the room that you can target, it'll swap between the two. But when there's only one enemy to target, you'll just retarget the same enemy, and you'll notice that when I'm using the knife, Jill will kind of spin in place, but it actually creates some good distance on the zombie. So in the right instances to use retargeting to circle enemies can help out. So now we have the Magnum, which is the strongest weapon that we get in the game. And we'll basically be reserving the Magnum for hunters later on. It has a pretty good chance of taking them out with one Magnum round. And trying to take on hunters without the Magnum will expend a lot of ammunition. So it's best for the overall ammo economy to save the Magnum for hunters.
This is Brad. If you can hear me, just give me a sign. Anything.
Jill to Brad. Can you hear me? Shit. It's broken.
Alright, so in this area, we have 3 Cerberus to kill. And what we're going to do is we're going to fire off the handgun to alert the Cerberus and herd them over this way. And then when they appear on screen, we can fire off the shotgun. And I got lucky here and was able to kill all 3 of them with just 2 shotgun shells, so that was pretty nice. So I haven't talked about the assault shotgun's unique properties and what exactly makes it better than the regular shotgun. And so it deals more damage than the shotgun. I'm not sure by how much exactly. I'm not even sure what the measurement for the damage from the shotguns is like, but it does deal more damage. It has a higher crit rate of 70% instead of 60%, and it has a capacity of 10 rather than 6, so overall much better than the regular shotgun. And something interesting about its crit seed is, like the shotgun, it has a guaranteed first crit after you load up a save, but that exact property is actually shared between the 2 shotguns, if you want to think of it like that. So we couldn't carry around both shotguns and load up a save and have both shotguns have a guaranteed crit. Only one of them will do the guaranteed crit and then the other one won't. So as a potential strategy, we couldn't use both shotguns for the initial crit. So with that being said, we'll only be using the assault shotgun from here on out. So here's the first time we see snakes in the game, and these are enemies that we will be skipping. We won't be killing any of them, and some of the reasons why are, for one, they respawn infinitely in that pathway we just came through. So no matter how many we kill, they'll just keep showing up, so there's no good reason to kill them. There are certain areas where they don't respawn infinitely, and we could technically kill them like how we killed the bee in the mansion, but I said we won't be killing any bees later on. The reason we don't kill the static snakes are because they're an enemy that just they aren't fulfilling to fight. There's no like strategy to them. You attack them once with a knife and they die. So they don't really add to the challenge, in my opinion, and because of the inconsistency of how they spawn, and just how much of a minor enemy they are compared to the rest of the enemies in the game, I just choose not to include them. So yeah, anyway, here we are at the guardhouse, and we'll be making our 6th save before heading further in. Alright, so the guardhouse area is pretty straightforward getting through it. We won't have too many zombies that we have to kill, but we will have a number of newer enemy types that we get to encounter here.
No, that wasn't part of our deal.
Like I said,
But it's not necessary to destroy stars.
don't be hard-boiled.
What about my family? If I play my cards right. Jill.
Barry, I heard someone talking.
Oh, you heard. I think age is starting to take its toll. Talking to myself is becoming a bad habit.
Talking to yourself? You all right? What's gotten into you?
I'm getting you worried, aren't I? But don't, I'm alright. I guess this creepy mansion has gotten to my nerves. Anyway, I think I'll go outside, get some fresh air for a change. Don't worry, I'm just going to get some fresh air. If I'm lucky, I'll get to waste some monsters along the way.
Alright, so we're going to enter the bathroom here to get a key, and while we're in here, we'll hear the sound of a door closing. And then if we wait, a zombie will make its way into the bathroom. And then something to be careful about when fighting in this room is the camera angle changes. It can be real easy to move the wrong direction when the camera angle changes, especially when using the Alt control, so we want to be careful about that. So it's possible to grab the key in this room without triggering the sound of the door closing and then the zombie entering, and if that's the case, then you can trigger the zombie by heading into the more open area of room 002 that we just left. So you may have caught a glimpse of something in the side there, and some kind of weird sounds. So that room has a zombie hanging from the ceiling, and after we grab the key in this room, that zombie will fall to the floor, become active. And then this zombie will get up, and same as the other bathroom before, just be mindful of the camera angle changes here. So we're going to get a stun gun ready and use it on this zombie. This is a difficult room to try and fight the zombie with a knife here, so just use a stun gun and get an easier kill. Also, that zombie that we just killed is one that only Jill has to deal with. In Chris's playthrough, the zombie never falls from the ceiling and just continues to hang from the rope. So that self-defense gun we just got is a one-shot weapon. There's no ammo to pick up for it, and it will kill just about any enemy in the game with its one shot. I think that goes for most boss-type enemies. I haven't tested that in a while, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Oh, and here I'm going to do a little trick where I don't push the left bookshelf back before pushing the right bookshelf over. You can kind of angle your way, angle yourself in a way that allows you to catch the second bookshelf and push that without pushing the other bookshelf at all. It doesn't do anything functionally for you. It's just something cool I like to do. So while we have a minute here, I want to talk about the Plant 42 fight that we do at the end of the guardhouse area. So there's something that we could use on Plant 42 called V-Jolt, which technically kills it, and we wouldn't have to fight it that way. And while you could argue that that is a technical way that it dies, for this challenge, I fight Plant 42 without doing that, and I feel fighting Plant 42 head-on is more fulfilling to the challenge. So, V-Jolt will not be used on Plant 42 for this challenge. Alright, so there are 2 sharks swimming around this area that we have to kill, and we're going to use the handgun to take them out. We want to walk back a bit from the camera view and get some distance, and then use change target to switch between the 2 sharks, and then they make a very distinct sound and flopping over animation when they die, so it's easy to tell when you've killed one of the sharks, or either of the sharks. And then there's this 3rd larger shark swimming around that we can't kill here, so we just need to kill the 2 smaller ones and then move on.
Emergency. Unknown source of pressure detected. Locking all doors to achieve maximum safety. Reaching 30% of pressure threshold. Reaching 50% of pressure threshold. Activate emergency drainage system immediately.
So this upcoming area has the large shark from earlier that was swimming around, and there's a sequence where after attempting to grab the key, the shark will knock the key down into the water, and what we're supposed to do is push the generator into the water and then electrocute the shark, but we're going to skip that actually. And all we gotta do is jump down into the water and then circle left. And then bypass the shark's attempt to grab us. And then we can kill the shark with the knife actually. And the shark isn't going to do anything. Isn't going to attempt to flail at us or anything like that. So this is kind of an arbitrary kill, I'll admit. But this is a unique sequence and kind of a cool way to show off getting through it versus the standard method that most people would go for. But since this is a targetable enemy and a unique enemy, we might as well kill it. So the next Crimson Head we encounter, we can go ahead and use the self-defense gun to kill it. That way we can just use it up and get it out of our inventory. But it is definitely worth using to take out a stronger enemy in the game and slightly maximize our ammo economy. So this room has B enemies, the ones that I said earlier that we won't be killing, and the reason why, as you might have guessed, is simply because they respawn infinitely, so there's no reason to fight them. We will technically be killing them, actually, with the insecticide spray, but it's just a forced sequence in the game, really. And actually, because we're technically killing them, I believe this is going to add to our kill count that the game tracks. And like I mentioned earlier about the fountain plant potentially being counted as enemies, I believe that these bees here that are dying in this sequence are counting as killed enemies. I think it's a consistent 10 every time, but still it's not enemies that we're like tracking ourselves for the challenge, and so I just ignore them, like how I ignore the fountain plant. And again, I'm not entirely sure if it's true that these are tracked enemies, but there is a discrepancy at the end, and the game's count is definitely higher every time. So this is my best guess on why. So something pretty important that I haven't talked about yet. You'll notice that these Crimson Heads that are laying down on the ground, when I approach them, I wait for them to fully rise before I shoot, and that's because they have invulnerability while they're rising. So you don't want to shoot too soon, and honestly, I don't know if it's actually invulnerability. I just know that they won't stun or decap in that animation. So regardless, we need to wait for the animation to fully finish before firing. Alright, so at this point, we're going to leave the guardhouse for now. We have a majority of the guardhouse finished up, but before we completely finish it and trigger the point where hunters populate the mansion, we're going to head back to the mansion and clean up any remaining Crimson Heads that would despawn when the hunters populate. So the bathroom that we just passed, there's something that I wanted to be clear about and reiterate, and that is the zombie that we encountered in the bathroom earlier. In the cutscene, Jill had stomped its head, and after the cutscene, there was a zombie model that was lying on the floor, but that's not an active zombie, and it won't reanimate as a Crimson Head. In fact, if we had gone back into the bathroom, the zombie model would have disappeared, so it's not an actual enemy that we killed, it's just something that happens in the cutscene for dramatic effect. And again, I just wanted to be clear about that. So unfortunately, this zombie wasn't ready yet, as well as one of the other zombies in this next room. And there's nothing to be done about it except wait it out, unfortunately. And between the two that I'm waiting on here, it took about almost 20 minutes. For them to fully turn, so feel free to skip ahead, because I'm not going to edit any of the footage out. I'm just going to leave it as is. But yeah, it's roughly 20 minutes of me running around waiting for the Crimson Heads to activate. I end up getting a little bored closer to the end of my waiting time and end up doing some funny movements just to alleviate the boredom. So don't skip that. It's actually amusing to watch. So you may have noticed that the shotgun blast actually blew one of the Crimson Head's arms off. And so loss of limb is something that you can do to zombies in this game. Yeah, and with the shotgun, I don't think there's any other weapons that can do it. But if you blow a zombie's legs off, that will actually prevent them from turning into a Crimson Head. And it's definitely the lesser known method. But it is kind of interesting to note that, and to note that, yeah, loss of limb is a mechanic that is in this game, and there's nothing that explicitly states that you can do it. It's just something you would have to figure out on your own. So here's where I started to get a little bored and started doing this really weird thing where you toggle the aim button and you kind of wiggle backwards. It is kind of amusing to watch. And then I had this idea in my head that maybe as a way to waste time, I'll wiggle backwards in a circle and check on the zombie again. And then I had this thought of like maybe this is a ritual that I have to perform for the zombie gods to get my way. And well, we'll see if it works. Alright, look at that. The zombie gods were listening. Alright, and with that, Crimson Head dead. Nice little victory spin there. Now we can head back to the guardhouse and continue on from there. Alright, now that we're back at the guardhouse, we want to make a save, and we also want to grab our handgun ammunition and take that with us. We'll need it to finish up the guardhouse proper. And we'll make our 7th save. So we're going to head into the rec room here that we haven't explored yet, and we'll be encountering a new enemy type. Hope you're not arachnophobic. So the web spinners here, we're gonna fight with the knife. Mostly to save ammo. There are some web spinners that we encounter later on in more tighter corridors where it's easier to blast them with the shotgun and then continue to damage them with the knife or handgun. I don't remember. But here, I opt to kill both of them with just the knife. There's more open space in this room to fight in, and you want to stay behind them at all times when knifing them to avoid all their attacks. And like, you don't want to run down there. You could get caught in the poison attack. I kind of got unlucky and ended up fighting both of them in these tighter spaces anyway, and like fighting them on the staircase is definitely not ideal. I couldn't even walk past it. Right there I got hit with the poison attack, and you can see how quickly the spiders spin in place. So very important to stay as directly behind them as possible. So back in the gallery, there are no more bees here since we used the insecticide spray earlier. And now we can pick up this key, which opens up room 003 that we're about to enter, actually. So we're about to fight Plant 42, and we'll be using the handgun to kill Plant 42. So there's a cool technique with the handgun that you can do called quick shooting, and it's not a standard technique. I'll explain how quick shooting works exactly after the fight, but for now, pay attention to the rhythms of the handgun firing off. So we're going to head to the top of the stairs and hang out in this area for the whole fight. And there's a bulb hanging from the ceiling that we have to shoot at when it opens. And since we can't see it from here, we need to listen for when it opens. I did run down the stairs there to peek at it, only because in this instance I wasn't sure if the bulb was open or not. I didn't hear it close, I think. There was some overlap with the vine sound, and I even shot at it once while it was closed, and normally you don't need a peek, I just did in this instance. But anyway, so the vines are dripping acid, so we can't stand too close in or we'll get hit. And then the vines are swinging at us, and you can hear when they're about to go off. So you want to run back when they're about to attack. And then there's a small bulb in the corner that if we stand too close to for too long, it'll spray at us. So we can't hang out in the direct corner. But with all that in mind, it's not a terribly difficult fight, but there's a fair amount of things that you have to pay attention to. So now we have the helmet key, and we can return to the mansion. And upon picking up the helmet key, now the mansion will be populated with hunters when we return. So to explain what quick shooting is, when you fire the handgun, if you press the fire button again on a specific frame shortly after, you'll fire again early. And you can fire 2 more times after the initial shot for a more rapid succession. Like the normal rhythm for shooting the handgun kind of goes like boom, boom, boom. But quick shooting allows a more rapid succession that's like boom, 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 boom. And this technique isn't standard. Like, I don't think it's intentional. But what's interesting to note is there is a handgun you can unlock in the game called the Samurai Edge, which
Wesker!
Jill, so you're safe.
That's what I was going to say.
I apologize. It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
I understand. Anyway, it's good that you're safe.
Did you notice? Barry, he sounded a little flaky.
Now that you mention it, yeah. I'll keep a close eye.
Maybe it's quite natural under these circumstances. It's not really our standard operation. Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
I agree.
There are still rooms in that mansion we can't get into because they're locked up. I've been looking for ways to...
Okay, if there's anything, I'll go back to the other mansion.
I'm counting on you.
So anyway, the Samurai Edge, which is a special unlockable handgun that you can get for beating the game, it does the 3-round rapid succession shots automatically. Just holding the fire button, it'll fire off in succession, 3 bullets at a time. And it would seem that you can emulate that with the handgun with the frame perfect inputs after firing the first shot. Like, that much is true, but it doesn't seem to be developer intended. But is a pretty nice exploit to increase your DPS with the handgun.
This is Brad. Come in, Stars Alpha Team. Come in.
This is Jill!
Does anybody hear me?
I hear you, Brad. Over.
Stars Alpha Team. Bravo Team. It doesn't matter. Respond. I repeat, this is Brad.
Brad? Brad!
This is Brad. If you can't answer me, somehow give me a sign.
Jill to Brad. Can you hear me? Brad! Brad! Shit. It's broken.
So before leaving the guardhouse, we deposited our handgun ammunition and grabbed the Magnum. Again, we'll be using the Magnum to kill hunters, which we'll be encountering very soon. Here we have 2 Cerberus that we have to kill. And these are the last Cerberus that we'll be killing for the whole playthrough. and we killed 13 of them in total. I should also note that in that falls area where we had last killed crows, those were the last crows of the game that we kill. And we killed 24 crows in total. So, no more crows, no more Cerberus from here on out. Also, I forgot to mention that the sharks we killed in the Aqua Ring earlier are the only sharks we kill in the game. And we won't be encountering any more. Alright, so hunters are easily the toughest common enemy to kill in the game. And because hunters are the toughest enemy we encounter, that's why I opt to use the Magnum on them. It is pretty common for the Magnum to kill them in one shot, but when it doesn't happen, we'll follow up with the handgun. And the more common outcome when following up with the handgun is just one bullet, but sometimes we'll have to fire off a few. Okay, so you might be wondering, why are we just standing here? And the reason is that zombie that we just killed, if we were to leave this room into the main hall, then that zombie will despawn. And I won't spoil why just yet. It'll make sense when the time comes. But just know that for now, we have to stay in this room and wait for the zombie to turn into a crimson head. And it's going to be about 16 minutes from now until that happens, actually. So the next 16 minutes is just standing around waiting, opening the door over and over to check on the zombie. No rituals this time. Instead, I opted to check out Jill's various idle animations with different weapons equipped. Yay, we can move on now. And that'll be the last time that we'll have to wait out a Crimson Head for a long period of time like that. It seems the rest of the zombies we encounter from this point on will turn pretty quickly, and by the time we get around to encountering them again, most of them will have turned. It's possible near the very end of the game there are some zombies we may have to wait out on, but otherwise there's no more big holdups like that again. So here's why we had to wait out on that zombie. It's because when we come back to that room after heading back to the main hall, the hunter will appear there and break the door in. And for some reason in this game, there's never multiple enemy types loaded in the same room. Like how the game will despawn the zombies in the rooms that the hunters populate. In any room that we encounter Cerberus or crows in, there's never other enemy types there. The only exception to this is rooms that will have both Crimson Heads and zombies, because a Crimson Head could turn in a room that a zombie is still alive in. But otherwise, the game doesn't seem to load multiple enemy types in the same room. So I kind of goofed with that Crimson Head there when I went for the knife attack and ended up aiming at the other Crimson Head instead and whiffing. But I got through it all okay. Also, I didn't check to see if that Crimson Head was actually dead, but we'll be coming through this corridor later on, and both the Crimson Heads are clearly not there anymore. So we're going to deposit the jewelry box that we picked up earlier, and then reload our weapons, and then we'll be making our 8th save. Okay, so we have 3 web spinners to kill in this area, and the easiest thing to do is to run towards the very end and start with the one back here, and we'll fire off a shotgun and then finish off with a handgun here. I tried many times to attempt killing them all with the knife here, and it's possible. It's feasible, but you're very likely to get hit and get poisoned, and it's a bit of a headache to deal with, so we can spare the ammo. So there are 2 zombies in this area, and they're each heading down a narrow hallway here. The one on the right, when it gets to the opening in the fence, you can slip past because there's slightly elevated ground right there. And that's pretty convenient, actually. And then we'll just lead the zombie down the hallway to this more open area and begin circling. Sometimes the other zombie will make its way down here too, but we got lucky here and they stayed more separated. So coming up soon, we'll be encountering another hunter, and this next one, you'll notice that I'll be killing it with the shotgun. And the reason why I did that is because, well, it's actually a routing error, and the reason why I went with the shotgun instead of the loaded Magnum that we have is it was something that was done in the routing for the normal mode, and on the normal difficulty, coming through the mansion the second time, you only have 12 Magnum rounds to use before you pick up any more after leaving the mansion. And there's 13 hunters that you have to kill. And so one of them you have to kill with the shotgun, or without the Magnum rather. And so we opt for the shotgun. But on hard mode, you actually get more rounds in the mansion, and you have 18 to use. And so it was basically an oversight. I would have preferred to use the Magnum round and save the 2 shotgun rounds for later on in the game. Also, this hunter will only spawn here if you enter in through the kitchen or the bar. And since we're passing through the kitchen right now, it's a good idea to head up in the hallway and kill the hunter now. So we're going to be passing by a zombie on the floor here. And it's just another decoy zombie, so nothing we have to worry about. So in this area there are 2 zombies, and no matter which one we go for first, the other one is surely to follow. And I think it's best to stay right here where it's the most open part of the area. Although I had some bad luck here, and I tend to have bad luck with this room. For whatever reason, I can never seem to get away without getting grabbed. And getting grabbed right there was very much my bad. I shouldn't have gone for that last attack. I feel like if I had attacked like just a few frames sooner, I would have gotten away. It was really close actually, but the zombie was moving pretty fast. And I actually do get grabbed by this zombie too, unfortunately. But that's what the defense items are for, in case you get grabbed. But it has a pretty fast turning speed actually, and so when I went to circle it again, it just basically turned around and followed me down this hallway here. So here are the Magnum rounds I was talking about earlier that we get to pick up in the mansion on hard mode, where in normal mode we wouldn't get these Magnum rounds this early. On normal mode, you don't get any more Magnum rounds than the first 12 until after leaving the mansion the second time. So on hard mode we get Magnum rounds a little earlier. But these are actually the last of the Magnum rounds we get for the rest of the game, leaving us 18 in total for the run, whereas on normal mode we have 24 in total to work with, and 6 Magnum rounds makes a huge difference in routing. Also, we left the battery in the materials room, simply because we don't have the inventory space to pick it up right now, but we don't need it until later on actually, and we won't be needing it until we're leaving the mansion for the second time, and we'll be passing by on our way out and we'll pick it up then, and that all works out pretty nicely actually. So apparently I was having some trouble with this puzzle. I'm not sure why. You don't have to be super precise or super perfect with the placement, but apparently my placements weren't good enough. But I got it figured out eventually. It's obvious I used to speedrun this game, right? So anyway, we'll get our inventory in order. We're going to be taking the yellow gemstone and the helmet key and our weapons with us into the next segment. And we'll make our 9th save here. Alright, so this upcoming segment, starting off, is going to be mostly running around the mansion, killing more enemies, killing more hunters and Crimson Heads specifically. So this ammo disc we're about to pick up is an item necessary to get the best ending in the game. We need 3 ammo discs in order to save Chris before the very end. And not only do we have to save Chris, we have to save Barry as well to get best ending. And the only reason I actually get best ending is because the video has the cutscenes intact, and I have all the diary entries, all the lore is preserved. I get best ending just for that sake. And getting best ending is not necessary for the kill all challenge, actually. Because there's a true final boss that you have to save Barry in order to get the true final boss. If you don't save Barry, then you don't get the final encounter. Like you could save Chris and not Barry, and you wouldn't get the final encounter. So it's absolutely tied to saving Barry in Jill's scenario. So something about the Magnum that I haven't talked about yet is its critical rate. And so the Magnum has a 90% chance to decapitate enemies, but not all enemies can be decapitated. Like the hunters, for instance, that we've been killing with the Magnum exclusively. I believe that just because they don't have a decapitation animation, that they aren't affected by the critical rate of the weaponry. I don't know for sure, but I can't help but wonder if that's the case. Because quite often they seem to die in one shot with the Magnum, and at a 90% chance with each shot, that's pretty good odds. But again, the crit rate is seeded, as I've pointed out before, and so it's not a true 90% chance for each shot, technically, but a vast majority of the shots do seem to kill them in one shot. And I suspect that the damage from one Magnum round isn't enough to kill a hunter, and that when they die in one shot, it's the Magnum getting a critical on them. I don't know if this is true or not. It's just some speculation, but it's something interesting to think about at least, and some further testing may be needed. I'm not even sure if landing a critical with the regular handgun would take a hunter out in one shot. Maybe I'll have to test that out and see what happens. Alright, so here we're going to swap the ammo disc for the crank. We're going to be needing the crank coming up soon. And then we'll reload our weapons, and we're actually going to be grabbing the grenade launcher here and loading that with the acid shells that Barry gave us towards the beginning of the game. And we'll finally put those to use. And we'll be using them in the upcoming boss fight, actually. And it'll help make quick work of the fight, which is really nice. Alright, so now we've reached the caverns, and before we explore further, we're going to do some inventory management. We won't be needing this crank for the rest of the game, and with that, we're going to make our 10th save. So this upcoming section in the caves is pretty straightforward. We'll be killing more hunters here, and we'll be killing some web spinners pretty soon as well. And we have a boss fight with a giant web spinner called Black Tiger, actually. I know it's kind of a funny name for a spider, but that is indeed its official name.
Is that you, Jill?
Is that voice Enrico's?
Yeah?
You're alive!
Stop! Are you with anybody, Jill?
No, but why?
The stars are finished. Someone is a traitor. Umbrella set us up.
Enrico! Traitor? Who?
So those two hunters are the last ones that we kill for the rest of the game, actually. And we killed a total of 16 in Jill's scenario. And Jill has one less hunter to kill than Chris. Later on in the caves, there's a room where Chris would kill another hunter, but it is completely empty for Jill. So, yeah, no more hunters for the rest of the game. Alright, so the general strategy for Black Tiger isn't much different from other web spinners. We want to stay behind it as often as possible. And we're going to be using the handgun to take Black Tiger out. I had tried to do this fight knife only, and usually I'd get beat up pretty good. I even died a few times, so I decided to opt for the handgun. Black Tiger does have some more attacks than other web spinners. Has some melee attacks and some lunging attacks, but for the most part, you fight it all the same. And then this other web spinner, we shoot down, then we'll take out with a knife. I end up getting poisoned by this one, actually, right here. And when you're up against a wall, it's just really hard to run around them. So, but there's a blue herb in the very next room, so we can afford getting poisoned. And if we end up taking a considerable amount of damage here, there's a first aid spray coming up, and you can utilize that if needed. And then this second web spinner here, we have to bait out into the room. So that's the last web spinner that we'll be killing in the game, actually. We killed a total of 7, not including Black Tiger. So there weren't too many of them that we have to kill, but they're a pretty challenging enemy, and they're actually a lot of fun to fight.
Jill!
Barry? Thank God you're safe.
You too, Jill. A noise I heard brought me down here, but I didn't expect to find a place like this. Have any idea as to what might be at the bottom?
There's only one way to find out.
What the hell is that sound? It could be a person. Jill, go check it out. We had enough surprises for one day. I'll stay here and secure our escape route in case something happens.
Okay.
So we're about to encounter Lisa again since our first encounter. And in this room, you actually spawn Lisa in yourself depending on which camera angle you transition to at this fork here. So we went left here, that's where Lisa spawns. And we really want to go right, so we spawned Lisa on the left so we can turn around and go right instead into this room. And as we travel through that room, we choose where Lisa will spawn depending on the camera angle we transition to, and then we'll run the other way. And as stated before, we are not going to fight Lisa, as we cannot kill Lisa until the final encounter. So until then, we're just going to run past her. Alright, so now that we're back at the cabin and out of the caves, we're going to grab the emblem key out of the box, and then we'll be making our 11th save. So it's been a while since we've ran into these kinds of zombies. Not since the graveyard near the beginning of the game. And again, these naked zombies, as I refer to them, they don't turn into crimson heads after we kill them. So, really, we could kill them by any means. We can kill them with other weaponry. But I still opt for the knife, strictly to save ammo, and it's definitely worth the ammo save, especially on hard mode. It's also pretty convenient that these zombies don't turn into crimson heads, because at this point in the game, we're heading back to the mansion to clean up a few more crimson heads. And then we'll be heading to the end section of the game, the labs. And backtracking here from the labs would be very out of the way, really. Not that that really matters, but it is nice that we don't have to come back here to deal with crimson heads. So, something interesting to note about this room, an interesting enemy difference to point out between Chris and Jill's playthrough. So, in Chris's playthrough, when you reach this room, we get a cutscene indicating that Rebecca is in trouble, and so you have to go save her. And it turns out she's dealing with a hunter, so when you reach them, you kill the hunter and save her. And obviously this doesn't happen in Jill's playthrough, but there's no enemy in place of the one that Chris has to kill, so it's just an additional enemy that he has that Jill doesn't. Alright, so before we continue further, we're going to grab the 2 books that we've been carrying for a while now, because we'll finally be needing those coming up soon. And then we'll be making our 12th save.
Jill, you're alive. I was worried, because I thought you were...
Start talking.
Calm down. I didn't want to do it. Believe me, I can explain.
Don't lie to me!
No time to talk. Jill, hand me my gun! Thanks, Jill.
Alright, so here we are at the final Lisa encounter. And this is probably the hardest encounter in the entire game, actually. Because there is a lot going on with this. So, we're not going to kill Lisa by means of draining her HP. We can't because she still has infinite HP. And what we have to do is knock Lisa off the gathering here. And how that works is we have to get a stun on Lisa. As you see, when Barry shoots Lisa, she stuns like that. And so we have to stun Lisa near the ledge so that she'll fall off, but she'll catch herself and hang on the ledge, and then from there we have to start damaging her, and while she's hanging on the ledge we'll build up a damage threshold, and once we've reached that threshold then she'll fall off. So like, she kinda has HP only when hanging from the ledge, technically. In Jill's scenario, Barry is here helping her out, and in Chris's scenario, it's Wesker helping him out. And there's a big difference between Barry and Wesker, and that is Barry has his Magnum, and Wesker only has a handgun. And so, Barry here firing off at Lisa, getting lots of stun, will increase the chances of knocking her off the ledge, or stunning her into hanging from the ledge, rather. And how Barry works is he has infinite ammo. He will reload when he needs to. And how often Barry fires is random. And sometimes he'll stop firing for too long. And then we have to spend time dodging Lisa's attacks, or trying to keep her from getting too close to Barry. And there's not much we can do in terms of manipulating that. We just have to do our best to keep Lisa away from Barry, near the edge here. I go for the right edge here. It's the easiest to maneuver around. We could be increasing the chances of the stuns if we were to attack Lisa ourselves, but we don't want to spend any ammo in doing so. We could be using the knife, and in this fight I opted to just let Barry handle attacking Lisa because he has his magnum. It's pretty nice, and we can just let him basically do the work. In Chris's playthrough, because Wesker only has the handgun, I do opt to attack Lisa myself with a knife to help increase the chances for stuns, but Barry's help is enough that we don't have to go for it. And you'll notice that when Lisa stuns, she either stuns forward or backwards, and there's really no rhyme or reason to which way she stuns towards. You'll notice that, we've been getting really unlucky here with Lisa kind of stunning away from the ledge, and again, not much we can really do. And I also want to point out that if we push all four of the stones off, then Lisa will just jump off herself in the cutscene, and I'm not counting that as killing Lisa. I think knocking her off ourselves is more fulfilling to the kill-all challenge. So before we move on, I actually want to show off what happens when we don't give Barry his gun back.
I can't do that.
Jill!
Barry!
So the main reason I'm showing this off is just because Barry drops something when he dies, and we can examine it for some additional lore. So, since I'm preserving the cutscenes and all the files, I figured I would include this too, considering we can't obtain the file otherwise.
I don't believe that thing's really dead. Leave this place up to me and go on ahead.
Okay.
So one last thing I forgot to mention about saving Barry is during the Lisa fight, it's possible for Lisa to knock Barry off the gathering. So when I said we have to make sure we keep Lisa away from Barry, that's because he won't move out of the way if she gets too close. He only stands in the same spot the whole time. And again, it's really hard to manipulate Lisa into moving anywhere, being anywhere specific. So if it does happen, there's not much we can do about it. And we'll have to reset because, again, we have to save Barry in order to get the final encounter. Okay, so now we're in the labs in the last part of the game. And before heading further in, we're going to make our 13th save. Alright, so right away in the labs, in this area we have 3 zombies to kill. And we want to dodge past the first 2, and then make our way to the staircase. So we got pretty lucky here, killing this first zombie so quickly. That'll help with killing the other 2, because trying to fight all 3 zombies on the staircase can be difficult with them crowding, and it can be difficult to get past them, and it can be difficult to see where you are when you're lower on the staircase, as the zombies are basically blocking our view. So the zombies in the labs that turn into Crimson Heads, they'll turn much faster than they have been, because this is the last area of the game. The zombies are programmed to turn into Crimson Heads faster. We make a second pass through this area later on, before we make the third and final pass on the way out of the labs at the end. But when we come through for the second pass, we end up killing all 3 of the Crimson Heads then, which is cool. But we can wait until that final pass through to kill the Crimson Heads here, in which by then they should have all turned, hopefully. So getting bit right there was kind of interesting, actually. When I had made the attempt to run past, it looked like I was in the clear, and then it kind of seemed like the zombie turned and grabbed me pretty suddenly. And I remember in that moment thinking that grab was kind of unfair. But if you look at it again, you'll notice that the geometry there actually pushed Jill over towards the zombie. There was a tray like sticking out there, and yeah, that actually pushed Jill into the zombie. And we saw an instance there where if you get bit from the back, you can't use a self-defense item, so and I think it does the damage of a normal zombie bite. Also, something interesting to note that I haven't really talked about is like when you get bit, you have to like push the movement buttons a lot to get out of it quicker. If you don't do that, if you don't like mash out of the bite, the zombie will actually like bite down on you and then munch and deal like additional damage. So yeah, you do have to wiggle out of enemies that grab you. So this computer here we are accessing early, technically. Normally what you're supposed to do is find the credentials in another room in the lab and then learn this password cell through a puzzle, but we can bypass that and access the computer now before exploring further in the labs. So the last 2 zombies that we killed, we have to kill their Crimson Heads before we reach a certain point in the labs, specifically when the self-destruct is activated and the alarms are going off. Because at that point, in this area, the game will load in a different enemy type, and one that we haven't seen yet, actually. So we have a pretty high excess of battery packs, and we can start using them to zap some zombies. We actually should have used them on the last 2 zombies we encountered. To save some effort fighting them more than anything. So you'll notice that I didn't get the decapitation on that zombie, and that's because we didn't shoot its head actually, because of the elevation of the stairs and the zombie being above us. We just shot the zombie in the torso, and it happened to just die from the one shot. So we're gonna enter a code here. And this is another instance of us knowing a solution early. What we're supposed to do is bring the slide filter into this room, and then when we inspect the projector, it'll cover up some numbers on the last slide and then reveal the passcode. Man, we were so close to getting hit there. So these are Chimera, and Chimera can be pretty tricky to deal with. The Magnum makes quick work of them, which is nice, but unfortunately we have a lot more Chimera that we kill and only one Magnum round left. And really, that should have been the last Magnum round had we not killed that one hunter in the mansion with the 2 shotgun shells. So, and I actually end up just using the last Magnum round on this upcoming Crimson Head, just to use the Magnum up and get it out of the inventory, and that way we can use the grenade launcher and have room for it and its ammo. So both these zombies here have already turned into Crimson Heads. Yeah, almost goofed there pretty bad. We got pretty lucky with both of them already turning. Not just because I mentioned that we have to kill them before the self-destruct system is activated, but for another reason that I will go into a little later on. And actually, those were the last 2 Crimson Heads that we'll be killing in the game. And then here, these 2 zombies are the last 2 zombies that we kill in the game. And after this point, we will only have Chimera left, as well as the boss fights. And yeah, we'll just take these 2 out with stun gun, since we can afford it. But yeah, so we killed 41 Crimson Heads, and then we killed 47 zombies. 7 of them were naked zombies, and 40 of them were regular zombies. So that feels pretty good. It's pretty fulfilling to kill all of them, and all the Crimson Heads. So we're picking up flame rounds here for the first time, and that kind of works out considering we're about to grab the grenade launcher and use that moving forward. But it's kind of unfortunate because flame rounds are not that great against Chimera, and those are the only enemy type left that we're going to be killing, so I'll talk more on that in the next segment. But for now, we're going to get our inventory prepped. We need to bring the ammo disc with us, which I forgot to grab, and I'll just grab it at the beginning of the next segment. But with all that, we're going to make our 14th save. So the grenade rounds seem to do pretty good against Chimera. That one died in one shot, and there are 2 more in this room that each die in one shot. And I think they die specifically because it was a direct hit with the grenade. There's one that I shoot later on that isn't a direct hit, it seems, and it doesn't die. But yeah, direct shots seem to take him out consistently. And so, when I went into this segment, I hadn't practiced using the grenade launcher on the Chimeras very much. I knew the grenade rounds would do well, but I didn't really... I wasn't fully aware how the flame rounds were not that effective. The shotgun is definitely more effective, mostly because the shotgun will at least stun the Chimera, and the flame rounds, even with direct hits, they seem to just take damage and no real stun, and so their follow-up attacks are likely to hit you. So now that we've fueled the supply capsule, we have to walk all the way back, and we're going to be walking through that area that we killed the last 2 Crimson Heads in, and that's why I said we got kind of lucky that we got to kill them already, because now we can safely travel through this room without worrying about them. And so we can get away with running a little bit. You definitely want to walk the whole way, but if you accidentally run here or there, it's okay. But if you start running, basically like there's an invisible meter or value system of some kind that will fill up if you run, and then if it hits a threshold, the compound will explode, resulting in a game over. And running will increase this value, as well as firing our weapons, so it's best to avoid engaging any enemies on the way back. So yeah, there it looked like the grenade round had missed the Chimera directly and just hit the floor, dealing like, splash damage. But the Chimera hopped up to the ceiling and grabbed us, and we used a defense item. So that kind of worked out, I guess. Also, yeah, when the Chimera are on the ceiling, they don't have any direct attacks that will deal damage. They'll only go for grabs. And so, if a Chimera is on the ceiling, you can try to get grabbed intentionally to deal damage with a self-defense item. So yeah, as you can see, the flame rounds are not the best against Chimera. Like, they seem to do alright in terms of damage, but they offer no stun, and I haven't had one die in a single shot compared to the grenade rounds that consistently took him out in one shot. So again, I would opt for the shotgun, simply because the shotgun offers stun and the chance to take their heads off. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which weapon does more damage, the assault shotgun or the flame rounds. They seem to do a pretty similar range of damage though. So overall, use the shotgun. Save the flame rounds for later. Alright, so here, we're going to grab the rest of our handgun ammo and bring that with us. Then we're going to grab a first aid spray in case we need it in the upcoming boss fights. And then we'll be making our 15th and final save.
Jill,
Barry,
you could have at least waited up for me, you know?
let's go. Wesker!
Thank you, Barry.
Well, what do you know?
Oh, don't blame Barry for everything. I hear that his better half and 2 lovely daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
Wesker, you're pathetic.
Well, you shouldn't worry too much, dear. You'll be free of all this anyway.
Why eliminate stars?
Believe it or not, that's Umbrella's intention.
You're just a slave of Umbrella.
Smart girl. But I think you misunderstand me. The things you mention are nothing. I'll burn all of them along with this entire laboratory. Barry, go up on the ground and wait there.
Barry.
You gotta love Barry. He must really be afraid of Umbrella.
You and Umbrella took his family, you bastard.
Umbrella? Well, I used some carrots and sticks to cow him, but it had nothing to do with Umbrella. I just used Barry for my personal interests. Though both you and Barry seem to think I was following Umbrella's orders.
What? What are you planning?
I guess it's time for show and tell. It's magnificent.
For the sake of this thing.
You know, I hate goodbyes.
Barry!
Forgive me.
No, you're not to blame. It's Umbrella and Wesker.
Even if it meant my family, I couldn't bear turning my back on my friends again. Shit! Damn it!
Jill and Barry together. In hell.
You want a piece of me?
What? Premature.
No, Barry! You viral cultured freak!
Alright, so here we are at the boss fight with Tyrant. And we're going to be using the handgun here. And so as far as the strategy goes, there's not a lot to discuss actually, because as you can see, we can manipulate Tyrant into walking around in circles basically, and he won't attack us if we keep doing this. So, makes the fight pretty easy. It's a little anticlimactic, but This isn't the last of Tyrant, actually. We'll have a final encounter. And the final encounter has a lot more going on. And more interesting talking points than this fight does.
Barry! Barry! You're okay.
Jill, sorry. That was careless of me. Wesker.
He's gone.
First, let's just get out of here.
Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing.
Wesker must have set it off. Let's hurry.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating.
So here we have 2 more Chimera to kill. And these are the last 2 Chimera that we kill in the game. And I decided to just waste them away. Use 2 acid shells on one and then 2 shotgun shells on the other. We can afford the ammo at this point. And that brought our total Chimera that we killed to 14, which is a fair amount of them that were packed into the end section of the game here.
And releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks.
Jill!
Chris, you're okay.
Glad to see you are too.
The self-destruct
Anything on
system
Wesker?
has been activated.
We'll talk later. First, let's get going.
Personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks.
So again, saving Chris is not necessary for the kill-all challenge. I only save Chris really to get best ending, but if we do save Chris, we can actually get this additional ammo here, and Jill gets 6 more flame rounds. And the additional ammo is very helpful, actually. It'll help us get through the final encounter easier and much quicker. And to elaborate on that, so the final encounter with Tyrant is, well, it's possible to get through it without using any ammo, actually.
Come on, let's go.
And so, say we don't have any ammo going into the final fight, what happens is, so there's a timer that's running down, and if you let the timer run down long enough, then Brad will drop the rocket launcher from the helicopter, and we use the rocket launcher to kill Tyrant. But if you have ammunition going into the fight, and you attack Tyrant, if you get a certain damage threshold on Tyrant, then Brad will drop the rocket launcher early. And so, like, from this point on, we don't need any more ammo. It's just nice to have enough ammo, and those flame rounds made it possible that we have just enough ammo.
Come on, hurry!
We'll have just enough ammo to hit that threshold and hit it without relying on the use of the knife.
This is Brad. I'm running out of fuel. If there's anyone alive, contact me now or just give me a sign. I repeat, this is your last chance.
And actually, we do have more than just enough ammo. Like, we'll have some leftover handgun ammunition after all this. It's just that, I don't know if without the flame rounds we would have had enough ammo to hit that threshold comfortably, at least without relying on the knife. I never tested that, actually.
3 minutes to detonation.
Damn it! We're almost there! Jill, you just get in contact with Brad.
No!
We can make it. Jill, ladies first.
Chris!
Would you let me have my moments too?
All right. We'll rendezvous at the heliport.
Jill!
You made it!
Alright, so right away we want to begin firing. And this will provoke Tyrant into a lunging attack like that. And whenever these attacks happen, we want to run past Tyrant's right, or run to Jill's left. If we try to run the other side, we will get clobbered by the massive claw. So just keep that in mind and keep firing away. I should point out that it's possible for Barry to die here, and if that happens...
Jill, use it! Kill it, whatever it is!
If Barry dies, we just lose out on best ending. Has no bearing on finishing the challenge. Alright, so that was Resident Evil HD Remaster, Kill All Enemies as Jill on hard mode. And to recap all the enemies that we killed 7 naked zombies, 40 regular zombies, 41 crimson heads, 13 Cerberus, 24 crows, 1 bee, 3 Neptune, 7 web spinners, 16 hunters, 14 chimera, and 9 unique enemies, which were Forest Spire, Yawn 1, Elder Crimson, Plant 42, Yawn 2, Black Tiger, Lisa Trevor, Tyrant, and Super Tyrant. And the grand total of enemies that comes out to is 175. And again, the game's count at the end here is going to be higher than that. And again, I believe the discrepancy is due to the fountain plant in the mansion and the bees that die in the residence. Also, I'm not sure if the game counts us knocking Lisa off the gathering as a kill, but I'm definitely counting it as part of the challenge. And yeah, that's the end. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, I have the Chris playthrough of the challenge completed as well, so consider checking that out. I have a lot of fun making these challenge playthroughs, and I may consider doing this again in the future on Invisible Enemy mode. So if that sounds like something you'd be interested in checking out, let me know. I hope you enjoyed watching this as much as I enjoyed making it. Thanks again, and until next time.
Jill, you did a fine job.